To the Clermont County Board of Commissioners meeting for this December the 3rd.
You scared her.
Did I? Did she jump? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Prior to starting a Clermont County Commissioners meeting, we always ask clergy if they would come and lead the Board of Commissioners and those in attendance in prayer. And this morning, Rex Sherlucky is here, and we are glad you are. You are a trooper, even to almost the last day of December. So
Got it.
if you lead us in prayer, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this past year. Lord, we thank you for the mistakes, because it was out of those that we learned to grow. We learned how to accomplish things that we wouldn't have known how before. And we thank you for that. We thank you, Father, for all the challenges that came, that put us to the breaking point. That, Lord, that we had to really make ourselves available to you in order to come through that challenge. And Father, with that, we've had a lot of accomplishments. Oh yeah, we know there's some that we didn't get done. There was some that didn't finish. There was some that were they're on the back burner, wanting to be brought to the front. But Father, we thank you for the ones that were completed. And Lord, in the coming year, to see those fulfilled. And Lord, right now, we just thank you for a county that has stability. That, Lord, it's not faltering. It's not, in chaos. But Lord, there's the community feels a stability about what's going on in our county. And we thank you because it's been the innovations that you have brought to us that we've been willing to adopt that's brought that stability. And we thank you, Father, for all those who are part of the county system and how it works and how it functions. And we just thank you, Lord, that your blessing would be upon them, that you'd watch over them, that you'd go before them. And we just pray for today's agenda, that, Lord, your wisdom would be used in order in making the decisions that would be made. And we just thank you for that and praise you for that. To close out this prayer, commissioners, I was praying in regards to things. I'm the messenger, and I'm just going to give you what the Lord put on my heart to share with you. In the scripture, the high priest Aaron, the oil was poured on his head, and then it ran down. It wasn't poured on his feet to come up. And so the Lord was just saying that this, in the year 2025, is to be a year of great expectations. Forget the norm. Don't even dwell on what is normal. Put your hearts, put your minds in regards to what he's seeing as a greater expectation than the norm could ever bring. And because of that oil being poured on the head, you're the head. And it's going to flow down from you into everything else. And the other thing he said in those great expectations was economic growth. He was saying that don't look for the norm of a budget, but look for what God will do beyond that in regards to providing and fulfilling. And if you as the head will seek that out, you will see this county blossom in the aspects of financial growth as never before. The other thing was in development. He said to be quick, but to be deliberate. And he said that the county is going to see in this next year, there's going to be a development of growth like never before. You say, oh, seems like we've had a lot right now. No, we haven't really seen what God really wants to do. And the other last thing is dealing with solutions. And they're going to be unprecedented. The solutions that you're going to come up with and things, if you will follow this, allowing this oil to flow from him to you, there'll be solutions that'll come that even you and everyone around is going to be amazed at what, how did you ever think of that? And it's because you're in unity. And that's what the rest of that psalm says, is it was a blessing, because when you dwell in unity, God commands the blessing in that spot. And so I'm just saying it's a prosperous year for us, but it all hinges on you being the head and the oil being poured down. And he's going to use you mightily. And Clermont County, I think, will be one that will be seen, heard, and followed, and an example of. So, amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. Thanks. Commissioner Corcoran, if you lead us in the pledge.
Yes, I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now call this meeting on December the 30th to order. And the first order of business is item B on our agenda, which is the approval of regular session minutes for 12/18. Board, you've had these minutes, had an opportunity to review them. Are there any changes that need to be made?
No.
Then I would seek a motion for approval.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Item number C is public participation. We have reached that section of the agenda. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to address the board, you will be called upon. During this time, the board does not answer questions nor engage in debate. No member of the public may comment about a matter that is not within the purview of the county commissioner's responsibilities. The commissioners are not expected to comment on these matters brought to the board during this time. Each speaker will speak once and be recognized by the board president before speaking. In accordance with the rules, your comments will be limited to 5 minutes. If you have a written document you would like to have presented to the board that is for someone else, you are more than welcome to do that. However, if they are not here, we will not be having pro tem speakers for those that aren't here to speak for themselves. With that, anyone like to speak to the board? By all means, please approach the podium. Tell us who you are and where you live.
My name is Jody Wilson. I go by Joe Wilson. I live in Williamsburg, Ohio. Angie Lindsay, who has stated that she does not know how to run an animal shelter, was appointed to put the volunteer policy together. It has been said that the information was gathered from other shelters. I made some calls myself to gather information. Angie, the policy that you put together from other shelters. I made some phone calls myself to gather information. Angie, the policy that you put together is ludicrous. When I spoke to other shelters, I read to them some of the things from the volunteer policy that you, Angie, put together. Who admitted you don't know what you're doing? The main things that they wanted for their volunteers to sign off on was that the shelter was not liable for any accidents to volunteers and no harm could be done to animals. Whom did you get your information from? That was put into the volunteer policy. I've been in animal rescue half of my life, 30 years, matter of fact, and I have never seen such a ridiculous policy, volunteer policy in 30 years that I have been in rescue. David, at the commissioners meeting on December 18th, you stated that the graphic pictures of 2 dogs that was shown that day weren't recent pictures. It doesn't matter when they were taken. It was on your watch, your responsibility. The board has changed their story various times about the $20,000 Purina money and what happened to it. Angie Livesey, you even said to the media, and the interview was on the news, that you did not know where the $20,000 Purina money went. And you said, it was like when I pay my mortgage payment and I do not know where it goes. Do you remember that? I sure do. I shook my head while watching you make that statement on the news. David, at the commissioners meeting on December 18th, you stated that the $20,000 Purina money was in the dog and kennel fund. Magically, you knew where the money was. Angie, on the December 18th meeting, you stated there was a dog license campaign. Was part of this campaign, what I have received in the mail 3 different times and harassing emails? I have always paid my license. What a waste of our tax-paying money. Be with me, Lord. Bonnie, At one of the meetings, you asked David if you could speak. You do not have to have his permission. You and Claire are equal to him. Please start acting like it. You are an embarrassment to the women in Clermont County. My ending statement has the calendar, this calendar, been updated out on the Clermont County Commissioners page. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, anybody else like to speak? Sure. Tell us who you are and where you live.
Julie Tolliver, Batavia, Ohio. I'm glad to be here. It's my first commissioners meeting. It's the first chance I've gotten to be away from my job, to be here with the commissioners. Unfortunately, no evening meetings that I can find. I'm glad to be here. I want to learn how to communicate with my local government. I've been a resident of Clermont County since 2005. I was a council person for the village of Owensville for 4 years. I'm here seeking to understand. I'm listening. I'm listening to my community. I'm attempting to listen to the commissioners. I want to find answers to questions. There are a lot of questions. The answers aren't easy to find. I was raised Lutheran. I converted to Catholicism. God uses me as a messenger, although I don't attend regular Sunday worship. My God doesn't call me to do that. As I was listening to the opening invocation, and I heard about oil, and I heard about a fish, a lot of things came to mind, particularly the head of a fish. As I look around me, I don't feel stability in our county. I don't hear stability in our county. I don't hear unity in our county. I hear pain. In my neighborhood, I hear pain. I hear hopelessness. I don't hear a sense of belonging. Here, with oiling the commissioners, I didn't feel a sense of belonging. I was a little concerned about what questions I might have to answer from my granddaughter about that later. I felt it a little odd. We're here for county business. There are concerns about development. I heard SWIFT. There are deep concerns about budget. Most of our county residents, most, have concerns about our budgets. And our budgets, as we pay our county taxes in one form or another, our federal, state, local, all of them, we're concerned about where the money goes, how it's spent, who makes those decisions. Clearly, there are concerns about the animal shelter and its history, which is ongoing. It's not a new issue. It's been going on for years. I don't know what forums there are to resolve that issue. I don't know if there are town hall meetings. I don't know if constituents have a way to voice our concerns aside from this. I send to you my things and I see some looks of skepticism, some nods, looks of concern. I don't know. The status quo isn't the answer. Change is the answer. This is uncomfortable as can be. I am so uncomfortable right now. My granddaughter is uncomfortable. I bring her here to understand government. She's at Cincinnati Classical Academy. She's learning liberal arts. She's learning great things about our government. And here we are. I'm here for change. My name is Julie Tolliver. I want to reach out to any community member who wants to discuss the future of our county. Anybody who can give me information on how we can have real discourse where residents can feel uplifted, where residents of our community can feel like a part of things, rather than feeling the fear and the anxiety that I feel right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? State your name and your address.
My name is Tracy McCullough. I live at 4574 Julep Way. I live in Batavia, Ohio, 45103. I recently learned that Alex Price was bitten by a dog at the shelter. This was no surprise to anyone. Well done, commissioners. This is wholly your responsibility. According to ORC 955.261, duties after dog bites a person, it says that no person shall remove a dog that has bitten any person from the county in which the bite occurred until a quarantine period as specified in Division B of this section has been completed. Section B says the quarantine period for a dog that has been bitten any person shall be 10 days or another period that the Board of Health for the district in which the bite occurred determines it's necessary to observe the dog for rabies. My question is, was that chain of custody followed with what you're supposed to do with a dog bite? So I know you won't answer, so I'm submitting a request for a video clip of the incident, a request for the written bite incident, and the chain of custody of the bite incident report. As of the December 18th meeting, the board introduced a new employee, Ursula Miller. I do not recall a meeting where this position was discussed, at a commissioners meeting, nor her introduction. I mean, she was here for 2 months. We just met her. I'm submitting a request for employment information concerning Ursula Miller. You will see everything on the request. Lastly, I'm requesting line item budgets for years 2020 to 2024 for the Clermont County Animal Shelter, aka Clermont County Kennel, as it was referred in the volunteer handbook. I also would like to say, echo Julie's points, Julie Tolliver's points about the tension and the propagandist prayer that we heard. I would like to read some Bible to you since you're all Bible believers, Christians. This comes out of James chapter 4, and it starts in verse 14. Since y'all, hey. Whereas you know not what shall be on the morrow, for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away. For that ye ought to say, if the Lord will, we shall live and do this or that. But now you rejoice in your boastings. All such rejoicing is evil. Therefore to him that knoweth to do good and to doeth not, to him it's sin. Who do I give these to? Administrator, my FOIA request?
You can give them to me, ma'am.
Great. I have 4.
Thank you. I will make sure they're processed.
Thank you. In a timely manner would be awesome too.
We will always do that, ma'am. Thank you.
Not necessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then I'll close public participation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jen Mazzucchelli. I live at 4515 Bells Lake Drive. 4515 Bells Lake Drive, Apartment D, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45244. So as some people know, I ran for county commissioner, and regardless of the outcome of it, there was a considerable number of people who voted for me because simply they were not happy with the current commissioners. And when I started to run, I did a lot of research. I wanted to know like what money went where and what have you. And you have to dig. And I know that the commissioners pride themselves on being transparent, but having to dig is not transparent. It's very difficult to find out exactly where the COVID money, for example, was spent on or what have you. It's not clear. You have to dig and finally find coronavirus, whatever. I actually watched several of the commissioner meetings online and was surprised to hear money allocated from the COVID fund, from the American Rescue Plan Act, on the roundabout project in Union Township, which to my understanding is not what American Rescue Plan funds were intended for. They were intended for distressed areas who had lost revenue during COVID. And I've heard a lot of concerns about the animal shelter, the $60,000 funding, $20,000, and people say it's in the trust, it's in the trust. But when I looked up the funding for the animal shelter, that also is hard to find. There's dog and kennel fund, but then I think it all comes out of everything, which is the absent. I mean, it should be broken out so that we can, as voters, as taxpayers, as concerned residents, can look and say, okay, this is where the money's being spent. And I have an example of another county who breaks out, this is American Rescue Plan Act funding that they put before their constituents. It's very broken out on what's going to be spent where. This is transparent. There's another one from, I think it's Franklin County, if I can find it. And yep, here it is. On their animal care and control, where there's a pie chart that shows exactly where it's broken out. And with all the money that was discussed in the last meeting, I was surprised because my understanding was that the county took over running the animal shelter because of budget difficulty or budget disagreements. Like the proposed budget was $876,000 or something like that, which was deemed to be too high. And if you add all the payroll costs that people are talking about right now, it's right around that same amount. So I think the benefit of having a private entity run the shelter is that they can be more nimble. They don't have to wait. I'm going to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. They don't have to wait 3 months for government, because government is intentionally slow moving to do what it needs to do. I as a voter, as a taxpayer, I don't understand why, and maybe this is something that needs to be better communicated, why a new transportation center with heated bays for vehicles that's $4.4 million, I think it is something that is a necessity, but having, warmed areas for dogs or even affordable housing is not a necessity. I mean, I've read all of the assessments that say that can't afford to work on housing, affordable housing, because the needs just outweigh the revenue. But we're spending $4.4 million on that, allegedly $2 million on a roundabout, all of this money, and it's not transparent. So maybe everything is above the board, but I do know that there have been individuals who have been found have embezzled money from the government, and there's a perception of impropriety. Whether that's accurate or not, transparency will solve that. Transparency will solve a lot of those problems, and we don't have transparency. We don't. And if you would like to see what other counties are doing to break things out, I'm more than welcome to leave these for you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm going to close public participation. We will move on with the agenda. Item number D. Item D is the consent agenda. Board, you've had this agenda provided for you, had an opportunity to review it. Are there any items that need to be removed from the consent agenda to be handled in the non-consent?
Item number 15, remove Tracy Braun to the non-consent, please.
Just the one employee from
Yes,
15?
one employee.
Okay, I'll second that. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran,
Yes.
Commissioner Painter,
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Okay. We will move on with the non-consent, which starts on page 9 at item number 17.
Do we
And
want- I'm
We'll
sorry,
take that one
interrupted.
first.
Do we want to do the rest of the consent agenda? Go ahead and vote on that once we remove that?
Yeah, we should.
Okay.
We should.
Right.
So with that item number 15 removed, I'd ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 15.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor,
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes.
Commissioners, just for clarification, on
Yes.
item 15, we're including item 15 on the consent with the exception of the one motion
One
for
item.
Ms. Braun.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay.
That's correct.
Just wanna make
Thank you.
Sure that's clear.
That's correct. We will move now on to the non-consent agenda on page 9, we would start at item number 17, but we will take the item that we removed in the consent agenda.
Commissioners, this is a personnel action for Tracy Braun and the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner aide salary increase effective 12/23/2024.
Is there a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran,
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 17, Clermont County Transportation Connection. Jessica, how are you? Morning.
How are you guys? All right, board. This is a recommendation to execute the memorandum of understanding between the Board of County Commissioners on behalf of the Clermont County Transportation Connection and the Clermont County Seniors Services Incorporated at 2085 James E. Sauls Senior Drive, Batavia, Ohio 45103, for the coordination and the operations, maintenance, training, procurement, and marketing to provide more efficient transportation services in Clermont County, effective January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, pursuant to the terms and conditions of the MOU.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 17. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Been moved and second. Anything further?
No.
Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes. Item number 18.
All right, this one's a recommendation to authorize Andy Mays, Director of Clermont Transportation Connection, to plan projects, file applications, and manage the Ohio Department of Transportation grants and contracts on behalf of the Clermont County Board of County Commissioners with the Ohio Department of Transportation, located at 1980 West Broad Street in Columbus, Ohio 43223, for the Urban Transit Program for state fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $747,400, and authorize Thomas Eigel, County Administrator, or in his absence, the Assistant County Administrator, to execute the contract or amendments pertaining to the grant application for state fiscal year 2026, and authorize David L. Painter, President of the Board of County Commissioners, to execute the standard state assurances pursuant to and in compliance with the terms and conditions.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 18. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes. Item number 19.
This one is a recommendation to adopt resolution number 156-24, resolving to authorize Thomas J. Eigel, County Administrator, to execute the grant contract number TUTP 0067 GRF 251 and TUTP 0067 GRF 252 between Clermont County Board of County Commissioners and the State of Ohio Department of Transportation, Office of Transit, located at 1980 West Broad Street, Columbus, Ohio 43223, for the state fiscal year 2024 Urban Transit Program in the amount of $197,995 with no local match for the purchase of replacement vehicles and routing and scheduling software for CTC.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 19. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Anything further? Roll call again.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Item number 20. Hi, Kennedy.
I have a recommendation to execute a subrecipient agreement between the Board of Commissioners of Clermont County, Ohio and Felicity Franklin Parent Teacher Organization, 105 Market Street, Felicity, Ohio, to administer the Felicity Cool Tools for School program in concert with the Clermont County Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal year 2023 in an amount not to exceed $10,000 effective 6/1/2024 through 5/31/2025 in compliance with the terms and conditions of the agreement and contingent upon the release of the required purchase order.
Board, you've heard the reading on number 20. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Any further conversation? Roll call.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
You.
Thank you. Chris, item number 21. Morning.
Morning.
Chris with Facilities Management. Excuse me. This is a recommendation to award and execute the contract for janitorial services for various Clermont County facilities with GSF USA at 9850 Princeton Glendale Road, Suite B, Cincinnati, Ohio, for county buildings as described in Exhibit A in a mathematically corrected annual estimated amount of $690,147.64, effective for the period of January 6, 2025 through January 5th, 2026, and by mutual agreement of the respective parties in writing, the contracts may be extended for 2 additional periods of 1 year pursuant to in compliance with the terms and conditions and contingent upon the release of the required purchase orders.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 21. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation or clarification? Roll call again.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran? Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chris.
Thank you. Item number 22.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
morning.
Item 22 is a recommendation to amend Appendix 4.09 of the Clermont County Personnel Policy and Procedure Manual with respect to the county's classification plan. This is to add the position of Records Management Administrator, class number 79195, pay range D, as outlined in Exhibit A, effective December 23rd, 2024, and to authorize the update of the internet links and appendices.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 22. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Anything further?
No.
Roll call again.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Item number 23. Hi, Emily.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
So I have a recommendation to adopt a revised table of organization for the Office of Management and Budget to reclassify the position of Systems Coordinator Supervisor, class number 69144, pay range B, to Records Management Administrator, class number 79195, pay range D, as outlined in Exhibit A, effective December 23rd, 2024, and to authorize the update of the appropriate internet links and appendices accordingly.
Board, you've heard the reading on number 23. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Anything further? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Item number 24.
I also have a recommendation to resolve to approve and authorize changes in the annual appropriation resolution number 181-23 for calendar year 2024. And this is a reduction of the sheriff contract services, other expenses for $25,000. And that was just to bring their appropriation down to their actual expenses.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 24. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation or discussion?
Sorry.
Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. We will move on to item number F, additions to the agenda.
I do not have any additions at this time.
None at this time. Well, I'll tell you what, before we go into executive session, Jen Messicelli, since you're still here, I just address a couple questions for you, give you some information, and we're glad to provide any information you want to know about the budget here in Clermont County. But one of the things that you talked about this morning was you talked about ARPA funds, and you talked about if that can be used for roundabouts. ARPA funds are actually approved for infrastructure. And when that means infrastructure, that means roadways, highways, underground utilities, water, all those kind of things. And there were, I don't know what the exact number was, but there were millions of dollars used on those particular things. One of the things that this board decided on was that infrastructure was something that went back to all residents and that all residents used. So there was a default to take a look at, water, sewage, and transportation. In fact, I think we put how many millions in the roads?
Probably we put about $10 million into the roads, and that's used under the lost revenue portion of that allocation, and almost 17 million into water and sewer infrastructure.
But there is a complete listing of every dime that those dollars were spent on.
I guess my concern is you have to go here and here and here to find everything instead of having like
Up front, so you can see it.
upfront budget. And my other question is, what kind of community feedback or information session, what kind of community input was given when you decided to allocate this there? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because I talk to people and they're like, they have sewer problems where raw sewage is running through their yards, or there's sewer issues where sewage is getting backed up into basements and stuff.
And keep in mind, there are entities within townships within Clermont County that do not want infrastructure. In fact, some of those, they want to live in a more rural area, and they're satisfied with exactly what they have. So whenever we get ready to upgrade a sewer system, there is a large study that's done with that. In fact, there was just a study done for all properties south of 125. So that's one of the things that's outstanding too.
But as far as like regular citizens, how is regular citizen input taken when you decide, okay, we're going to focus on Union Township, or we're going to focus on Pierce Township? Because when I drive on 52, I see telephone poles going this way. But I live right by, I can't think of the name of the road right now. And they've been doing pole work all summer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seems like, from a regular resident perspective, that the work is going where the money is, instead of where it's necessarily needed.
Like for instance, utility poles are not under the county purview. We don't do anything with utility poles and electric
Right, I was
poles.
just throwing that out.
Yeah, I mean, just to,
So when people see like roundabouts going on in Union Township, and there's work that needs to be done in other places, the perception is we only care about where the money is.
right.
And I actually heard that from people. They're
And
like, well, the money always goes to where the people,
It's also
And there-
goes to where the
township.
money is, and
right. And there is an entity here in Clermont County called a Transportation Improvement District that is made up of all of those township representatives. And they meet over in the engineer's office on Friday mornings at 9:00. Is there? There can be. It's an open meeting.
Yes. It's not every Friday, though.
No, it's
No,
not every
no.
Friday. I mean, you have to look at their schedule. Call the
It's on
engineer's
our,
office.
it's
and they'll
usually
tell
on
you.
our
It's on our
schedule.
And it's on
It's
ours
our
also.
schedule. Tells you that.
Yeah.
Back and forth between government and citizen.
Yeah.
Where is it? How is it?
Mhm.
That's what I'd like to understand, if you can shed any light.
Sure.
If you even send an email and say you'd like to speak to one of us, we're more than willing to sit down and talk to you. We cannot meet together as a group. It violates sunshine law without it being posted and out there as an advertisement. But I'm happy if you want to send me an email, so I'm sure the rest of the commissioners are. I'm not trying to speak for them, but
When I emailed you, all responded promptly and deferred to county administrator, so.
I'm open. You can come in and talk to me.
Anytime.
And it doesn't have to be during the work time either, as I know you said you have a job. I'm happy to have coffee with you at 5 p.m, if that helps.
I guess this is where I'm getting at. When I read best practices from HUD on community development block grants, it talked about a rigorous process of community input
Yeah.
and going all through the community.
You're talking about community block grants. Yes, there is.
But I would think there should be a rigorous effort to get community feedback, since the county commissioners are in fact public servants and all the elected people are too, to find out exactly what the public wants done.
Right.
So they,
Like for instance, in community block grants and in capital grants, all the different community structures, they bring those projects here to our economic development department. And then those are rigorously evaluated and determine what funding source they fit to. That's how it's done. There's lots of input
From regular residents,
Uh,
what they need.
from from the townships, trustees, the village council who represent those folks in their communities. Yes.
for your city
Yeah.
managers.
I just think that there's a genuine feeling that the people are not necessarily being represented adequately, and their feedback isn't necessarily sought, is where I'm getting at.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
just for the purpose
Thank you.
of the
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Thanks. for
All
your
right.
input.
I'm gonna, yeah, go ahead.
Once again, we're going to ask for permission to make a statement.
You could talk
Commissioner
anytime.
Painter is president of this board this year. Out of courtesy, I asked him to speak just like I did now. He leads this meeting. So I don't understand her question of why I asked to speak. He is leading this meeting just like I did now. I obviously did it then. Okay? That's all.
If I may?
Sure.
I believe it's more of a reflection of a community who feels like their concerns are not addressed and not listened to. And then when we do see somebody that does ask for specific permission, it feels like a continuation of that. Totally understand decorum. Totally understand common courtesy in a meeting such as this. I just requested permission to speak as well.
Mhm.
But I think it's an overall reflection of the frustration that many of our county residents feel. If they're being heard, that's not obvious. From listening to commissioners' meetings, to looking at things on the website, to talking to 25,000 people through early voting. The voices of the community don't seem to be heard. It's as if winning an election is enough. Of course, the current commissioners are doing the will of the people after all. The people elected the commissioners, therefore, the commissioners must be acting on what's on the heart of the residents. And I submit that we're in disarray here. We're not growing as a community. We may have development. We may have roundabouts. We may have some infrastructure growth. But as far as a cohesive, confident, loving, kind, supportive community, I find it ever at the Beating Brew, but I don't find it cohesively across the county. There's hurt, there's pain, there's despair, there's confusion, there's lack of trust, there's anger.
And you think that's a majority of citizens in Clermont County, of the 228,000 residents?
I do understand that when somebody's sitting here who doesn't have the information, asks a question, that you can respond with specificity on some point like block grants. Then your concern's not valid because that's not how block grants go. That's not the county's purview as the Department of Transportation. Do I feel like it represents the majority of however many? I don't know, but I do know what I've heard. I do know what I see. And I would like to know if we were to send out a community satisfaction survey, if we were to send out a letter asking what priorities are on the hearts of community members, if community members understand how this government works, that there are different pots of money and how the different pots of money are allocated and decided on, and who sets those priorities. How many of our community know and understand how this works?
Right. Right. But keep in mind, go ahead.
If you don't mind,
No, not at all.
if you don't mind, my request here is to just take what I'm saying perhaps to heart, and instead of immediately responding without much thought, instead of immediately giving some canned answers, just please take what we're saying to heart and search your souls and wonder if what we're saying here may have some validity. And maybe what we're saying here may be worthwhile to explore. Every time you say something, what I hear is, what you're saying isn't worthy. We're not going to explore that today. What we're saying is, you don't understand, you don't understand, you don't understand. I'm here trying to understand.
Mhm.
And I'm asking for you to understand. Ask me questions.
Absolutely. But I have to make comments when you make comments like, look, Julie, give me the opportunity to speak from the desk. I've given you the opportunity to speak. So now you need to give me a little opportunity. We don't make priorities for communities here. Clermont County Commissioners don't do that. We wait for them to bring those priorities to us from the people that they represent. In other words, we don't even pick a new business to go in Union Township or Miami. That isn't done here. What is done here is that they come to us and say, this is the business we want. This is why we can't make that happen. Can you help us? And we help them. The last thing any of us, especially me, wants to do is to bring a business or to bring some new structure into your community that you as residents do not want. So we always wait for them. And that's how those projects come. I mean, I just want to point that out so that you know that that's how that works. It's not done here. That's not what happens here.
Those are first gone through their township trustees.
Right. You elect the electorate that you want to talk to at your level. You have the ability to decide whether you live in a borough or you live in a parish or you live in a village or you live in a township. Those are things that citizens do.
Right. Yeah. So I do decide
Mhm.
where I should live.
You bet.
And I do that based on the governance. I do that based on the priority.
You bet.
So really, I choose where I live based on what's happening in each of these places.
Mhm.
I understand that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we need to move on, so we're gonna move.
Because I don't know that people in Williamsburg chose to have Purina there. And I don't know that, well, I understand that the ARPA funds were also intended for infrastructure. It was primarily, the first priority was to help distressed communities. And we have roughly 61% of our workforce that falls below the poverty line, and about half of our residents are cost burdened. 47% are heavily cost burdened. And that doesn't seem like we are working toward raising the bar for all of our residents when time after time in the housing needs assessment, none of the goals have been worked on, and it says we don't have the resources to do it. And so when people say the county commissioners don't have the resources to come up with plans, which other county commissioners in the area have been working on plans to come up with a strategy to develop affordable housing? Because we don't have the resources, but we do have the resources to spend $2 million on a roundabout in one township when there are 13 others, 11 others that are struggling. That doesn't seem equitable, and it doesn't seem to be in the best interest of the community.
Thank you.
I appreciate the open dialogue this morning. I hope we can have more.
You bet. Absolutely. We're going to move on to item number G. I'm requesting an executive session in accordance to section 121.22 G3 and G4 of the Ohio Revised Code. First, to confer with the attorney for the board concerning disputes involving the board that are subject to pending or imminent court action. And second, to prepare for conducting or reviewing negotiations, bargaining sessions for public employees concerning their compensation and or other terms and conditions of their employment. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes. We will move to executive session. We will return and we will conduct further business. Thank you. We have returned from executive session. There were no actions taken and no decisions made. We will move on with our agenda. We always go back. Are there any additions to this agenda today, Tom?
We have an opiate settlement agreement that we need to add, and then Mr. Fountain will read that.
Okay. Board, you've heard the need to add, in addition to the agenda for the opiate settlement. Do I have a motion to add this item to the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Then we will move on. Jason?
Thank you, Commissioners. Jason Fountain, Assistant Prosecutor. Yes, I have a recommendation to accept the material terms of a settlement agreement by and between Clermont County and Kroger and its related subsidiaries and entities with respect to this ongoing national opiate litigation, which is captioned in Re National Prescription Opiate Litigation, case number 17 MD 2804, and authorizing a recommendation for motion to authorize any member of the Board of County Commissioners to execute a participation agreement, should they choose to opt in, and settlement agreement noting Clermont County's acceptance of the terms. We can provide any discussion we want based on
You bet.
any
Board,
questions commissioners have.
Board, you've heard the explanation for opting into the Kroger settlement agreement. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make that motion.
I will second.
It's been moved and second. Now the floor is open for discussion. I understand this was an agreement that we had previously opted out of. Could you explain that to?
That's correct. Certainly, this has been the topic of some ongoing discussion between our litigation counsel and obviously the defendant's counsel and commissioners over the past several months and negotiating the terms of this settlement. There was an initial, the commissioners recall initially that the commissioners chose perhaps to tentatively opt in to the settlement agreement pending some further negotiation of additional terms, which counsel for defense and for the plaintiffs were hopeful to get resolved, such as they call it the most favored nations clause, when if someone else gets a better deal, you'll get the deal that they get, type of thing. Some of those fell through and they were not able to agree to those terms. So with that, we decided to, at the time, chose not to opt into the settlement at that time. This was probably around the fall, I believe. It was October, somewhere around there, where we decided at the time we were not going to do it. That settlement is still, however, open. And with the change in law happening and further discussions with our counsel and with defense counsel, we've come to terms that are acceptable. And so the availability to opt in is still there. And so our litigation counsel recommended at this point now's a good time to go ahead and opt in.
Okay, thank you. Any other conversation or clarification? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
There'll
bet.
be a participation agreement that I'll forward around, have president or someone sign and get back to our office, and we'll send it on to our council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any other additions to the agenda?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay. At this time, board, I would ask for the need to recess this meeting until 2:00. Tom, obviously, I guess we've got some things that need to be resolved. You want to maybe expound on that a little bit?
Defer to the clerk, but we do have some additional items for clarification for the board regarding some advertisement for legal ads. Is that correct?
Mhm.
We need to clarify that, and we'll bring that back to the board.
Therefore, I'd ask for a motion to recess this meeting until 2:00.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Then moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, we will stand in recess until 2:00 today. Thank you for being with us this far. We will return and conduct further business. Thank you. Back from recess. We had recessed the current Board of Commissioners meeting until 2 o'clock. It is a couple minutes after 2, so we are back in session. I'm going to backtrack on the agenda a little bit. Do we have any additions for the agenda today? Tom?
We do, and I'll let the clerk handle those additions today.
Okay.
Board, we do have 5 additions to the agenda. I'll tell you the first one.
Okay.
Is the contract with Isaac Wiles and Burkholder LLC.
Okay.
And then the next 4, before we do them, I'll explain what happened. We have MGS water treatment plant, changing a date.
Hold on a minute. Let's find that one. MGS, okay.
Obannon Trunk Sewer relocation, changing a date. Bidding documents for the animal shelter outdoor kennel expansion, changing a date. And dog kennel management proposals, changing the date. So those are 5 items.
Thank you.
Bard, you've heard the need for us to add 5 additions to the agenda. Do I have a motion to add these items to our current agenda?
I'll make the motion to add.
I have a second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Now, if you walk us through one at a time. Angie, you're up. Good to see you.
You. This item is the recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners resolve to employ the law firm of Isaac Wiles, Burkholder, and Teeter, LLC, out of Columbus, Ohio, as outside legal counsel to represent the Board of County Commissioners in its official capacity and to advise it on legal matters with the total compensation to be paid for the aforestated representation not to exceed the total annual compensation of the Clermont County Prosecuting Attorney pursuant to and in compliance with Section 30909C of the Ohio Revised Code, and further to authorize Thomas J. Eigel, County Administrator, to execute the agreement for legal services by and between the Board of Clermont County Commissioners and the law firm of Isaac Wiles, Burkholder, and Teeter in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth therein for a term of 6 months effective January 1st, 2025, with the option for the Board of County Commissioners to renew the terms contained in the existing agreement for an additional 6-month period, with compensation therefore not to exceed the total amounts as outlined below. Board, this is $63,000 over a course of 6 months, so it works out to $10,500 a month.
Board, you've heard the reading of the proposal for the employment of the law firm of Isaac Wiles, Burkholder, and Teeter. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Next
Board,
one.
I'll go on to the next ones. And I want to do a little explanation. Board, the county received notice today that due to a publishing error by the Clermont Sun, our newspaper of general circulation, our legal notices, which were supposed to be published on December 19, 2024, were not published. We did receive billing and copies of everything, but they found out they did not publish them at that time. So therefore, we have these four add-ons which address that issue. All right. The first one is a recommendation to revise the date for publication due to a Clermont Sun publishing error for the MGS Water Treatment Plant Building Improvements Project located in Miami Township, and to approve the request to advertise for bids for this project number 6401-60244 pursuant to the specifications, and to authorize the clerk of the board to place a legal notice in a newspaper of general circulation on Thursday, January 9th, 2025, scheduling a non-mandatory pre-bid meeting on Monday, 1/6/2025 at 10 a.m., with bids to be received until 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 16, 2025, in the office of the Board of County Commissioners, 101 East Main Street, Batavia, Ohio, where they will be publicly opened and read aloud. This notice is also posted on Clermont County's homepage under legal notices.
Board, you've heard the resolution read just now by Gail to correct a publishing area for an MGS water treatment plant building improvement project. Do I have a motion for approval of the advertisement?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Moved and second. Any further conversation? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
The next item is a recommendation to revise the date for publication due to a Clermont Sun publishing error for the O'Bannon Trunk Sewer Relocation Project located in Goshen Township, to approve the request to advertise for bids for project number 6402-60213, and to authorize the clerk of the board to place a legal notice in a newspaper of general circulation on Thursday, January 9th, 2025, scheduling a non-mandatory pre-bid meeting on Thursday, January 16, 2025 at 1:00 p.m., with bids to be received until 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, in the office of the Board of County Commissioners, 101 East Main Street, Batavia, where they will be publicly opened and read aloud. This notice will also be posted on Clermont County's homepage under legal notices.
Board, you've heard the reading of the resolution for Clermont County Water Resources to revise the date for publication for the O'Bannon Trunk Sewer Relocation Project. This is to correct a publishing error by the Clermont County Sun, so we can get this out for advertisement. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
The next item is a recommendation to acknowledge the extension of all dates through the addendum number 1 to the bidding documents for animal shelter outdoor kennel expansion, previously approved by the Board of Commissioners on 12/11/2024, but due to a publishing error, will now extend the published date of the legal notice to 1/9/2025, non-mandatory pre-bid meeting to 1/13/2025 at 10:00 a.m., and the receipt of bids from 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 9th, 2025 to 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025.
Board, you've heard the reading of the resolution to correct the publishing error for the request for proposal for the dog kennel management project. Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Any conversation? Roll call, Gail.
This was,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, this was actually the outdoor kennel expansion. You just said.
Oh, I'm
proposed.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Who was
Outdoor
the-
kennel expansion.
Yeah, who was the first?
Me.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran? Commissioner Painter?
Yes. And the last one is for the management.
And the last one is a recommendation to acknowledge the extension of all dates through addendum number 1 to the request for proposal documents for dog kennel management for Clermont County, Ohio, previously approved by the Board of County Commissioners on 12/11/2024, but due to publishing error, will now extend the published date of the legal notice to 1/9/2025, and the receipt of proposals from 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 9th, 2025 to 2:00 p.m. local time on Thursday, January 30th, 2025.
Board, you've heard the reading of the resolution for the dog kennel management project to correct those publishing dates. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes. Any other additions? None?
Is that enough?
No.
Enough for today.
With that, we will move on to item H, county elected staff official discussion. Any of the staff that want to address the board today? I mean, we have 3 right in the back there. They're all lined up. I thought, you just want to start left to right, or
And then there's this lady over here. I don't know who she is.
Commissioners, I do want to just make a comment. There was a comment made earlier today about the volunteer policy. I just want to let you know that Angie did extensive research on that policy with other counties. I've reviewed it. Our legal counsel reviewed it. So it wasn't Angie who came up with it. She did a lot of research to come up with that policy. So we appreciate that.
Reviewed by case, we do.
and just to kind of add on to that, didn't the attorneys for the board look that particular
They have.
volunteer
Yes,
policy over
absolutely.
pretty close?
Yeah, it took us a while to develop that policy, but she did a lot of research. So it wasn't her policy. It was something that she looked at from other counties, other organizations, and we put something together based on that.
Thanks for the hard work there, Angie. Anything else? I'll move on to board member comments. Board members, any comments today?
I'll just say Commissioner Painter and I took our oath of office.
It's true.
Judge Miles came over and did that for us, and looking forward to next week and starting our new terms.
Absolutely. Glad to do it. Honored to do it.
Yes, absolutely.
Anything else, board members?
Oh, we're just starting a new year, and here we go, right?
It is. Can you believe this? Here we are at the 30th. This particular year flew. And I would say a lot of times when we're in this meeting, we think back upon this particular year and what's went on, there's been a lot of great things happen here in Clermont County. No question.
And a lot of great things to happen.
You bet. All you have to do is drive up at 32 and you can see the progress that's been made here. Ivy Point, take one trip down Ivy Point. There's more things planned. Ivy Point, things are happening every day.
And if I could just make one other comment, we've talked a lot in the last year and a half about the Veterans Village. And we are prepared and ready to start in 25 and build 28 cottages to help homeless veterans around Clermont County have a new home and a new start on a new life. So that's exciting too.
Very much so.
One of the other things that we probably need to touch on today, especially since it was brought up in this particular, was talking about our ARPA funds. And obviously there were some comments made here, and it probably wasn't the place to try to really get that on the table and put the definitions to that. But one of the things just be aware of is that when ARPA was going to be actually distributed to states, one of the big holdups of ARPA was that the federal treasury only wanted to give that money to the states. They wanted to give it through the state system. That way, let them decide. It would be distributed by, the governors of their states. And one of the things that was lobbied hard, and that's where, as citizens, you can lobby for something to change. And what got lobbied there through the National Association of Counties was the ability for the Treasury to pay that money directly to counties. And not only did they pay that money directly to counties, but they paid it to counties and villages and townships, boroughs, parishes throughout the United States at the lowest level possible. And the reason they did that was so the people and the citizens could have input with their electorate and decide what to do with ARPA funds. So the county got a distribution of ARPA funds, and that was a certain number. And so did all the other entities. And they got to decide with their constituents what they wanted to do with that money. One of the things that came out in this meeting today was there were some people who expressed an opinion that they believed that money should be communicated throughout the citizenship. And it was just done a different way. Union Township got decide to do with their money, and so did Miami, and so did Owensville and everybody else throughout Clermont County. So, I always find it interesting that communication is always such that people are left out of the communication, discussion because they're not at that right place where the communication happens. Not their fault, but it's always difficult when you hear something like that in a meeting where there were people who felt like they didn't get any input to that money.
But Commissioner, those are the people that do not go to their trustee meetings, their council meetings. They have the opportunity to hear. If you go around the county and attend trustee meetings, you'll see very few citizens there participating in those. So,
Well, on a brighter note,
yes.
for talking about community and people getting together, I thought this Christmas was absolutely wonderful. That not only the village of Batavia, but Williamsburg, Loveland, Union Township, there was every little packet of Batavia. All of them did something really wonderful for Christmas for the children, and it was all free, which I thought it was just wonderful, and that to me says a lot, that when people can come together, forget their differences, do their storefronts, make it look nice. And I was extremely jealous of the one at the village of Batavia that actually had artificial snow every time you walked underneath it. I thought, man, this is really cool. I want that. But no, I get a really good sense of community, and I'm sorry that some people feel that way. But we'll work better. We all will. We need to work together.
And Commissioner Corcoran, even the dissolved village of Amelia, they still have their big Christmas.
Oh, that's right. They
parade.
did. They had the big parade.
And then,
Very nice.
on that up note, remembering what the season is really about, it's really about helping others and serving others. So with that, any other comments?
No.
Then I will say,
Happy New Year.
absolutely. Maybe we all three say it together. 1, 2, 3. Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us today. And we will see you next year. Thank you.